Hello, everybody. I am officially live. I hope that you all are doing well today and that you are interested in doing some reading and productivity sprints. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to YouTube. Regardless if you are live or not, I always ask some fun questions in between reading sprints that hopefully you all will want to answer either in the chat box or down in the comments. Doesn't matter what time you're doing that, all answers are welcome. The questions that I'm actually going to be asking tonight are all like marketing themed in terms of like what draws you to the books that you typically read, which I'm really looking forward to because that's what my background is in. And I think that that kind of thing is super fun. So, telling you a little bit about what at least I have recently been doing. I just finished Will Save the Galaxy for Food last night, which was recommended to me by Keaton. It wasn't what I was expecting at all. So it's actually going to be getting its own full review coming up soon whenever I can find the time to get some more filming in, because I actually have a lot of footage that I like actually need to edit for existing video ideas that I have, one of which is I officially got around to filming my 25 books that have made it to my Christmas list. So if you were here and you watched either my horror trope video or my sci-fi trope video, then you know that I was wanting everybody's recommendations. I was going to pick one book per trope to make it onto my Christmas wish list. I came up with all of the answers for that. I got it filmed, and now I just need to edit it. But it was it was a lot of footage because I was actually giving descriptions of 25 books. So if nothing else, it should hopefully be a really good video for people to come up with like maybe some recommendations to add to their TBR, which I'm really looking forward to. As always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a snack, grab a beverage, curl up under a blanket because I don't know where you are right now, but for me, it's super cold outside. And, it's just a good time to get something done. So, tonight, let me know what project it is that you are currently working on or what it is that you are reading. I saw Anthony came on here super early. It was actually before the live even started. I think it was at 4:17, and he commented, "I've started early because it's 10 o'clock at night in the UK. Just finished Study for Obedience, and now continuing RF Kwong's The Poppy Wars." Now, I've heard of The Poppy Wars, so I'm hoping that that ends up being a really good read. Alicia, hello! It's so nice to see you. Welcome to the reading sprints tonight. Ron, hello. Happy to see you as well. Alicia says, I'm looking forward to hearing your review on that book. I definitely have quite a lot of thoughts. I admittedly, I don't want to tell you too much because I don't want to spoil anything. Um, I knew that this was going to be a comedic story. I'll put it that way. Like, of course, We'll Save the Galaxy for Food implies that this is like a science fiction comedy. And I was thinking it was going to be kind of in the vein of like Douglas Adams because so many people are, constantly trying to imitate Douglas Adams. I will say that this is not that. I'll put it that way. It definitely has an audience for it. A lot of people really love this story. I'm going to give the good, the pros and the cons about it, but it just wasn't quite what I was expecting it to be. Alicia says, I am reading The Shining. Nice, cold, gloomy weather here. Well, The Shining is a perfect book to read in the cold and gloomy weather since it takes place up in the mountains in like feet and feet and feet of snow. So, have you read The Shining prior, or is this your first time reading it? I have read that book. Funny enough, I have read it, but I have never seen the Stanley Kubrick movie, which is probably a sin at this point. But yeah, everybody let me know what you're reading tonight. Ron, what are you reading? Everybody else who's joined in, come on and let me know what you're reading tonight. Hi, Nicole. Happy to see you. Welcome to the sprints tonight. You said hello, finishing Battle Royale, then back into the Walking Dead Compendium #1. Well, that sounds awesome. I have not read any Walking Dead, and I have not seen the TV show, though I know it has, at least it used to have, a cult following. I think there was a certain season where people kind of started falling off in the TV show, where like some people started not liking it anymore, but I'm pretty sure the comics are still very popular. I don't know that the TV show follows the comics. So let me know if it does or doesn't. Battle Royale, was that good? Like, now that you're finishing it up, are you enjoying it? What is your initial rating, your initial thoughts on it? I would love to know. Faye, welcome. Happy to see you. She says, hello. I'm reading The Overstory by Richard Powers. How far are you into that right now, Faye? And are you currently enjoying it? I hope that you are. Alicia says, I read it when I was about 17, so it's been quite a while. I do also love the movie, even though it is, of course, a little different than the book. Yeah, that's what I heard as well, and I don't know whether I would like the movie more than I like the book, because I thought the book was solid, but it wasn't my favorite. Again, as probably blasphemous as somebody who's a King fan, I gave the book, I think it was like a solid 3 stars. I have a funny feeling that I might end up actually enjoying the movie a little bit more. The TV show that was created, was it a British TV show? It was like a TV series. It was like more true to the books. So like people who are fans more of the book appreciated the TV show more. I haven't seen that either. Nicole says they are different. One of the most popular characters in the show is not in the comics at all. Really? That is super surprising. I'm actually kind of, well, okay, this is the reason why I find that surprising, is because so many series that go on for a really long time, they end up kind of incorporating some fan service in there and like will introduce characters like in one medium or the other. So that's kind of mind-boggling to me that they haven't included that popular character in the comics by now for as long as that has been going on. Weird. Ron says, I'm hoping to finish off Harpist in the Mist by Patricia A. McKillop, which I think I was just starting last Friday. Well, awesome. And are you enjoying it? Was it like a good book or middling or bad? Let me know. Alicia says, I haven't seen the TV show, but I do recommend the movie. Okay, well, I definitely need to watch that. And I also need to watch Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. I know the most famous, like one of the most famous scenes from that movie, which is I can't do that, Dave. You know, that is literally the only thing about that movie that I know. I own the book, but I haven't read the book yet. So I'm definitely going to read the book before I watch the movie. And Faye says, I'm about 3/4 through it and am enjoying it, but it's heavy and heart wrenching. Well, that is my kind of story. So if you are saying you're enjoying it, is it one that you would recommend to other people? Like what genre does it fall into? Because it might be something that I'd be interested in reading. I also I wanted to tell you all what it is that I am planning on reading tonight, and it did not end up being what I thought that I was going to be reading. I'll put it that way. So, Alicia, do you remember? I can't. What was it on My Live or was it on Cats? I am actually struggling now to remember. But we were talking about the book The Terror. I think it was on My Live, maybe. But we were talking about the book The Terror, and I said, oh, that sounds really interesting. I think I'd like to pick that up. So when I was reading We'll Save the Galaxy for Food, my local library, they had all of the physical copies were checked out, but they had some digital copies that were available. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just getting ready to finish this book. So I hope that by the time I need to check out the book digitally, that it'll still be available. Well, when you know it, when I went to go check it out, it not only wasn't available, there were 2 other people who were on a waiting list to get it. So I was unsuccessful in picking up that book. So I had to come up with a backup plan. And my backup plan was actually The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab. So this is my very first V.E. Schwab book. So many people were recommending this to me, saying that they thought that I would enjoy it. This isn't normally, I think, the type of story that I would pick up, but I am like, I'm still very early in, don't get me wrong, but I think it's cute so far. I like the concept. I like the premise. The funny thing about this book is I was just having the darndest time with the library. So I showed up there. They didn't have any regular physical copies. They didn't have any digital copies of this book. I saw that they had one copy of the large print edition of this, which I've never read a large print edition, but I was like, I'm willing to do it because I want to get this book because it's probably the only way I'm going to read it this year. So show up. I can't find it anywhere in the large print section. And so I go up to the circulation desk and I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm looking for this book. I can't find it. Can you help me? It's the only one copy that you all say that you have. And she looks at me and she's like, okay, hold on one second. And she runs outside. It turns out it was actually on their bookmobile. And she comes back in and she gives it to me, like she like lets me check it out. And she goes, just so you know, we're not supposed to let people take books off of the bookmobile. So don't tell anybody that I gave this to you and don't come in saying that we've done this for you before. And I went, no problem. So I was really excited that they let me get a copy of this because otherwise I just would have been sad. I would have, of course, been able to figure something else out to read, but so many people have been recommending this. So I'm really looking forward to it. So I can change my headline here, Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, which I'm excited about. And Ron says, it's kind of disappointing. I like the story and characters, but the prose feels so distant. I have a hard time engaging with the text. Well, that's such a bummer. I'm really sorry. I hate that for you. I mean, is it clearly if you're almost done with it, it was fine enough that you were willing to stick it out and not DNF it, but I just hate that it was disappointing. I'm sorry. Alicia says, yes, it was on your live. Good. My memory isn't completely shot. That's going to be one of the next books I pick up. Awesome. I wish that I could have. And you also say, I read Addie LaRue last year, I think, and enjoyed it. It was a 4-star for me. Well, that's solid. 4-star is, in my Alex ranking, a book that you would say that you would read at least once and that you could recommend to other people. I think I've probably told you all the way that I do like my star ratings. If I haven't before, I'll tell you really quick. A 5-star for me is a book that I would read multiple times and I would recommend to other people. It's like a favorite, right? A 4-star is a book where I would say I would read it one time and I would still recommend it to other people to read one time. A 3-star book is not necessarily a book I would recommend to people, but I would say that it's solid. It just didn't do anything really new. A 2-star is a book that I can't really figure out why somebody decided to publish it because it probably had a lot of issues. Something where it didn't do anything new. It had maybe a good concept, but a poor execution. And a 1-star book to me is a book that like never, ever, ever should have seen the light of day and had a bad concept and a bad execution. It is very, very rare that I ever give a book a 1-star rating. If you hear that from me, then that is me saying that something is like truly awful because that's so rare. I didn't have a single 1-star book that I read this year. Not one. And Faye said, the overstory is eco-fiction. It follows a bunch of people who come together to try to save the old growth forest. I definitely recommend it for anyone who feels concerned about the environment. I do 100%. So hold on. Let me make a note here. I'm holding things up, attempting to find a pen. Oh, wait, I have my phone. Even better, because I can immediately put it in my Amazon wish list. I want to see if I've seen the cover before. Oh, yes. Okay. So funny enough, that is actually already in my wish list because somebody else had recommended that to me. Unless you did. Maybe you were the one who recommended it to me, Faye. But I think that cover is beautiful. It's like a gorgeous, gorgeous cover. Ron says, oh, large print. No wonder it's a naked hardback. Yeah, no doubt about it. You could probably read that from here. That's how big this is. Fortunately, my brain isn't bothered by it too much. I kind of just like started reading and it was like, oh, okay, this is fine. I was a little worried it would be distracting, but it's been all right so far. Alicia says, my star rating is pretty much the same as yours. Well, good. I'm glad to know that there is some level of consistency. I was going to go ahead and put up just a starting 30 minutes on the clock for everyone. So as long as that sounds good to you all, I will get it pulled up. Oh, and I can also put up your first question because I added some extras in tonight just in case we like move through them pretty quickly. But my first question for you all is, does a book being a New York Times bestseller, Oprah Book Club pick, Amazon bestseller, etc., entice you to pick up a book? Yes or no, and why? And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everyone, come on back. Hopefully, the cat didn't scare you too bad. Apologize if you can end up hearing noises in the background. Keaton's home now, and he's in the house, and Barker was kind of making a little bit of a ruckus earlier. So, apologies if you can hear anybody. So, my question that I asked you all before we went to our sprints was: does a book being a New York Times seller, Oprah's book club pick, or Amazon bestseller, etc., entice you to pick up a book? Yes or no, and why? And Faye was the first one to come back and answer and say, not really. My taste doesn't usually align with the majority. So to say it's a bestseller makes me think I won't like it. And I think that is very interesting, Faye, because I tend to feel. Oh, sorry, Barker's like really going. One second. Barker, quit. Okay. Sorry about that. He's actually so excited that Keaton's taking him for a walk, even though it's cold outside. But as I was saying, I tend to feel a very similar way about like New York Times bestsellers or like book club picks, where just because the majority of people like it doesn't necessarily mean I will. And a lot of books become number one New York Times bestsellers because the criteria in order to be a New York Times bestseller specifically is that you have to sell, it's like 10,000 copies. I think it's within a week, and it has to be from multiple different markets. Like it can't just be from one place. Like, for example, if an author ordered like 10,000 copies of their own book, they don't become a New York Times bestseller, right? But if you think about 10,000 copies, like that's a lot of copies for a book in a week, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be to 10,000 people who have the same reading taste as myself. Especially if you're talking about like genre or age group, because I am probably more likely to agree with a bestseller for a more niche genre or one that like not a lot of people read than massive ones like a YA romance is a perfect example. I'm not interested in reading a YA romance, so even if it's like a New York Times bestseller, I know that that's not something I'm interested in. So like I totally understand where you're coming from. And Alicia says, no, it doesn't entice me to pick up a book. I have read bestsellers in the past and not had a great time. Not to say that some of the books I've loved haven't been on a bestseller list. And I think that, yeah, that's an excellent point is like you can end up enjoying a bestseller, but that doesn't mean that because a book is a bestseller that you're going to end up enjoying it. Right. So, yeah, absolutely. Alicia says, I totally agree with that, Faye. Nicole says, not at all. I usually pick up books based on aesthetic and vibe and recommendations from other readers I interact with. Yeah, I end up hearing about a lot of books that I otherwise never would have found through, honestly, like you all and other booktubers. That's one of the reasons why I enjoyed my trope videos so much, is because I got recommendations. And Nicole, you were one of the people who gave some really good recommendations. And you all introduced me to things that like are buried, deep somewhere that like you'll never hear about because they didn't become New York Times bestsellers, but that doesn't mean that they're not fantastic. So, yeah, absolutely. And Ron says bestseller status, no. It's almost an anti-recommendation. Celebrity clubs, each one has their own thing, but I don't pay much attention to them. But again, Oprah is almost an anti-rec. Yeah, well, and they tend to read like certain genres. Like I noticed like Reese Witherspoon was another one, Oprah's book club. They're not going to be reading like fantasy and sci-fi and a lot of like horror. They're not going to read horror. They read a lot of like historical fiction and contemporary or literary fiction, and each one kind of focuses on specific themes. So yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like if I'm in the mood to read science fiction, I'm not going to trust that Oprah is going to give me a good recommendation for that. And Faye says, we're all such reading rebels. And I agree. And it's just because there's so much out there, so many books are published every day, and not all of them, can get 10,000 copies sold in a week. A lot of that has to do with marketing. So if like you're not picked up by, let's say, a top 5 publisher, or maybe you are, but they didn't give you any of the resources in order for you to promote yourself. Because most authors anymore, unless you're somebody who is established, because like Stephen King, his name will sell a book just because he's Stephen King, right? Like he doesn't even really have to promote himself. He knows that he's going to sell millions of copies. But if you're a debut author, you are expected to do your own marketing. You're expected to already have like some sort of media presence, social media presence. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot more books become like TikTok hits. Like I'm not on TikTok, but I hear about them all the time. Like these are books that are popular on Book Talk, or you go on BookTube, and it's amazing that you can get like a few people that you send a book to, and and suddenly you can get a ball rolling for something becoming very popular, but not every author is going to have the resources to do that. So it's like sometimes it's almost like finding a hidden gem. You have to rely on other people to help you find them. Alicia says, yes, Ron. MLL at YouTube. MLL, can you remind me what your first name is, what you prefer to go by, so that I don't call you by your YouTube handle? And I know you said no because so often their tastes do not jive with mine. Absolutely. Completely agree. Alex says, hello, I'm reading Homegoing by Gyasi. Is it Gyasi or Gyasi? And how is that so far? Did you just start it, or are you already like most of the way through, Alex? And you also said, I don't think being picked for a book club, being a bestseller, makes me more likely to pick it up, but it does make me more likely to hear about it and become interested. That's fair. The more copies a book sells and the larger audience it's going to, the more likely you are going to hear about it, probably on BookTube or Instagram or somewhere like that, which would mean if you're seeing it from multiple places, it's like, oh, that might end up being good, right? I don't know. I feel like having this conversation, I need to go on YouTube and I need to start looking up like unlikely book recommendations, or like people who have made videos about books that aren't popular but are really good that maybe you haven't heard of. That would also be something fun to make. Got me thinking. Alicia says, what kind of dog do you have? I have a Jack Russell Beagle mix. So he's a Jacoby, and his name is Barker. And he is not named because he barks. He was actually a rescue as a puppy. He was 3 months old when they found him, and he was found on Barker Street. So they decided to name him that. So he has a very ironic name for a dog, but he also grew into his name. But he's very sweet. Oh, yes, Mary Lou. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've heard Kat say your name before, Mary Lou. Thank you so much for telling me. Welcome. Alex says, I also tend to read more of the genres that get picked for those kinds of things: contemporary, historical, lit fic, nonfic. So that helps. Homegoing is a New York Times bestseller, LOL. Well, see, that's interesting because I kept getting recommendations from you all to read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. And this was also a New York #1 Time bestseller as well. So I think that Alicia said it really well. That's like you can end up liking a New York Times bestseller, but just because it's a New York Times bestseller doesn't mean you'll like it. I like that philosophy. Alicia says that is an ironic name. Yeah. Every time I tell people I have a dog named Barker, they start laughing, and then I have to tell them, it's like, I didn't actually name him that. That was that was the name that the rescue gave him. But I have actually several questions to ask you all. And the next one that I have is, are you more likely to buy or borrow a book if it has won an award? So example, the Hugo, the Locust, the National Book Award. Very different than something just being a bestseller or part of a book club, because I think awards can garner a lot of attention, especially because they are sometimes genre specific, and that can be really fun. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you like books that have won awards. And Faye, you said The Overstory is also a New York Times bestseller, which might be why I'm late to read it. Yeah, it certainly looks like a book that would be extremely popular, if that makes sense. Like you can kind of tell when books had a backing by a publisher, or we're going to get a little bit more attention because they tend to have nicer covers. I hate saying that, but honestly, it's true. But I am thinking of going ahead and probably doing another set of sprints. I also forgot to tell you all where I'm at in this. So because this is a large print edition, it's a little awkward for me to tell you where I'm at, just because like if you have a copy of this book, my page is not going to match what page you are on. So there are 779 pages in this large print edition. And I am on page 49, just to let you know. But I kept getting up I went to go talk with Keaton since he had gotten home, and so I could talk with him. But yeah. I'm trying to think, do you all want me to do the set of sprints and then come back and do the answers for this, or would you like to do the answers for this now and me ask another question before we do our sprints? Because I have, gosh, let me look at how many questions that I have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 more questions that I can ask tonight after this one. So let me know. Because I can always come back. Throw you another one. Okay, Alicia has spoken. Throw you another one. Okay, so we're going to answer this one right now. So Mary Lou says, only for the Edgar Award, I don't trust the other awards. Okay, Mary Lou, can you please tell me what the Edgar Award is? Because admittedly, I am not familiar with that one. So please tell me what genre, if it's genre specific, what that is for. Like what kinds of books is that? And Faye says, yes, I do pay more attention to award winners. I take those more seriously, even if I haven't heard anyone talk about them. And isn't that a key thing, that you can find a book that nobody has heard of ever, and it can go and it can win like the National Book Award, and suddenly when it becomes the winner, everybody's talking about it. I think that that is really interesting. Alex says, I'm not very far into homegoing, so not many thoughts so far. So far, I like it, but don't love, which is not really negative at 24 pages. LOL. No, that's not negative at all. You're super, super early in. A lot can happen between now and then. Alicia says, I think winning an award would draw my attention to it, but I wouldn't buy it because of the award. Okay. So, Alicia, if what's your favorite genre? Like, what is your like absolute? If you had to pick only one that is your favorite, what is your favorite genre? Because I'm curious what award would coincide with that. Because I know for me, because I'm a huge science fiction fan, Hugo Award and Locus Award are really big for me. Anytime something wins a Hugo Award, my attention is immediately piqued because that's a big deal to win the Hugo. And I actually have a Hugo Award winner that I'm hoping to read this month before the end of the year as well, which I'll be telling you all more about, hopefully in an upcoming video. But I will admit that I pay attention to them only because when it comes around one time a year and there's only one winner, like for a particular category for an entire year, I just think that that's like huge. Alicia said, "Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that one." Faye says, "Yeah, let's keep discussing." Awesome. And Alex says, "I feel the same about awards. I don't pick up books specifically because they won awards, but it makes me more likely to hear about them and become interested." Yeah, and that's perfectly fair. Ron says, I am susceptible to science fiction fantasy book awards. Yes, see, Ron, you and me, we fall into that same category in that case because well, I will say the National Book Award is one that I do pay attention to because I also take that one very seriously. But if you're like, yeah, it's a Hugo or it's a Locus, I'm like, okay, cool. You should probably tell me about it immediately. Mary Lou says, LOL for mysteries. Okay, the Edgar Award is for mysteries. Okay, so that tells me it's named for Edgar Allan Poe. Very cool. Okay, thank you. I have been educated today. I have learned yet another thing. My life is better for it. Thank you, Mary Lou. Alicia says, my favorite is horror. Fantasy is very, very close second. So does that mean that you are not as interested in reading something that wins a Hugo? Because I should say Hugo is science fiction and fantasy. I didn't mean to say that it was science fiction alone because it's not. But like this year, the Hugo Award winner for 2023 for a standalone novel was Nettle and Bone by T. Kingfisher. You know, when you hear that, were you like, I should probably read that book? Or did you think, maybe at some point in the future, but not right now? And with that, I will go ahead and get the timer pulled up here. And I'm thinking I am thinking that yeah, we'll just do another 30 minutes. I think that that should be perfect. So, with that, I will see you all in a little bit. Oh, I got to give you your next question too. One second. So, the next question that I have for you is: does an author you like blurbing a book make you want to pick up that book? Let me know. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you are currently doing on your reading tonight. I have made it to page 71 of this edition, and I'm really enjoying this so far. There's a lot of really good, like, character building, world building. I finally got to the part, like, I'm literally in the scene where she is making the bargain to live forever, and I had this moment that kind of like took my breath away a little bit. And it's not at all like anything necessarily related to the narrative, but it was something that was commented on in here. And Addie was talking about how there's this old man who sells books outside his apartment, and they used to belong to his wife, and he doesn't, want to be like lonely, and he doesn't want to die up in his apartment and nobody ever like notice that he's gone, so he sits out there every day selling these books. And it talks about how he is reading M is for Malice, and then he had previously read K is for Killer, and those are Sue Grafton like thriller mystery novels. And it says in here how he was determined to get through Grafton's entire alphabet series before he dies. She hopes he makes it. And the reason that that stuck with me is because my mom, huge, huge Sue Grafton fan, read every single book that she wrote. And I will never forget when I was having a conversation with my mom and she told me that Sue Grafton died before the letter Z could be published, and she told her publisher that she would never like let anybody write it like in honor of her, like nobody else could write it, like the series was dead after that. So, the fact that this was published, or at least I should say takes place, because this is taking place in 2014, was set at a time before Sue Grafton's passing. And I know now that that series was never finished. It was like a gut punch to my mom. I mean, she was so sad. Like, she spent all that time, all those years, like waiting for every single book in the alphabet to come out, and she never got her ending. And it killed me for my mom. So just that little thing, like even that little thing in there just got me. But anyway, sorry. I did end up asking a question, are you, let me, sorry, scrolling across here. Does an author you like blurbing a book make you want to pick up that book? So let's see where we are in the comments. I gotta go back here. All right, Ron, you were the next one up, and you said, "Oh, look, Harpist in the Wind was a Hugo Award nominee for Best Novel 1980 and a Locus Award winner for Best Fantasy Novel 1980, and more." Okay, well, you're proving that I guess they can't all be winners, right? No matter how much we want them to. And even if it's like one book that's chosen by, how many people in a year. I'm trying to think how many votes the Hugo Award has. It was like well over 1,000 people that are like certified. I don't know if that's like the right way to put it, but they are allowed to vote on the Hugo Award winner. And so to me, I'm like, well, heck, if all these people, were selected for some special reason to be able to vote on this, then they have to like be a part of the industry, or maybe they're authors like in the genre. I'm not sure. But, I guess you're not always going to agree with them. That's such a bummer. Like I that came up while I was reading and I kind of chuckled in the moment. I was like, "Oh dang, Ron coming in here with the facts." But Alicia says, "I do also like sci-fi and I'm interested in Nettle and Bone, but I haven't read it." Well, I am hoping to be able to read it sometime in the near future, and I will promise, because it was a Hugo Award winner, to give that book like its own review. The weird thing is that book is actually quite short. I expected it to be longer, but I've seen it in person and I don't think it's novella size. I think it's like a little bit longer than that, but it's like small. Mary Lou says sometimes their blurbs will at least make me look at the book description. Okay, so it'll kind of entice you to look at the back blurb and just see what the book is about. Ron says Nettle and Bone is fun. I think the Hugo slate was kind of weak this year, though. Oh, that's a shame. So I'm curious, Ron, when you looked at it, had you read all of them that were on there? Because I remember some of them. I think it was Nona the Ninth, which was it the third book in the Gideon the Ninth series, or maybe it was the fourth one. There was the Kaiju book, like the Kaiju Society, about like giant monsters. Um, of course, Nettle and Bone. I can't believe I'm forgetting some of the other ones. Oh, that bums me out. I'm gonna have to look them up again. But I don't know that I had read. Had I read any of them? I'm so sorry. Give me just a second because I need to look this up. Award nominees 22, because that's going to drive me crazy otherwise. Okay, so here we go. Thank you. It was Nettle and Bone, the Kaiju Preservation Society. I was kind of close. The Daughter of Dr. Moreau, Nona the Ninth, and The Spare Man. Oh, and Legends and Lattes was on there as well, which I had not read any of them. So, like, I wouldn't have been able to vote worth a damn on any of those were good. But, Ron, please let me know how many of them you had actually read. Mary Lou says, I need to read Nettle and Bone, bought it, but have not read it yet. Well, you know what? Maybe we could turn it into like a thing where we like read it this month because I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Alex says, I assume most authors get told what to blurb by their publisher and not really read the book. LOL. So, no, I do take recommendations from my favorite authors when they tweet about books they like, though. So, I am actually really glad that you brought that up, Alex, because I am 100% with you that I have thought the exact same thing. That, like, when I see how many blurbs like Stephen King has given or Neil Gaiman, it seems like they're on the covers of books all the time. Now, I know that, of course, they're voracious readers. I mean, they're full-time authors, so when they're not writing, they have time to be able to read. So if you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, you can say, hey, like maybe they are just spending all that time reading these awesome books. But I'm inclined to believe that if they read the books, then they were sent those books by the publishers and told, hey, read this and then see if you want to blurb it. Or, like you said, they're just told to blurb it and, they can keep the language as generic as possible. I mean, that's what I always think when I read book blurbs is it's always in the same vein of like similar wording. It's almost like people go onto a thesaurus and they just like pick words and then they put them in a random order and talk about how like electrifying and unique and an absolute delight. It's like all of the key phrases that we know come for a blurb. So for me personally, I don't pay any attention to them. So I'm in the same vein as you. But yes, if an author goes out of their way on their own social media to go and say, hey, I really love this book, that is a totally different thing because you know that they're like actively endorsing it. At least you hope that they are and they're not like being paid to do it. But yes, totally agree. Alicia says, it doesn't make me interested in at least looking. Oh, sorry. It does make me interested in at least looking into the book to see what it's about and if I think it sounds like something I will like. Seeing an author blurb from someone I like will be an added bonus. So I'm curious how many of you would agree with this. Just because there's an author that I enjoy, like their specific writing style, Stephen King, perfect example. There's a specific writing style that Stephen King has that I like. Just because I like Stephen King does not necessarily mean that he and I are going to agree about a different book. Like I'm going to like the same books that he likes. I think I heard an example once that like if like Keaton had a dish that he made that I really loved, then I would know that like he and I both really love that thing and I would go I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Like I would go out of my way to eat that dish that he made because I love it so much. However, maybe there's a restaurant that he would want to go to that he enjoys something there that I don't necessarily like. So it's like I like what he makes, but I'm not necessarily going to enjoy something else that he likes. Does that make any sense at all? Maybe not. But I don't know. When I heard that analogy initially, I thought it was pretty good. I don't think I repeated it well at all. My brain is quite tired for a Friday. Alicia says, I agree, Alex. I think it means Alex Black reads about taking recs from authors I really love. Alex says, not saying authors definitely don't read the books they blurb. I just assume it's more of an assignment from their publisher. For all I know, I could be wildly wrong. No, I don't think that you're wrong about that. And it's like I said, it's either they're sent a book and they're told, hey, read this and see if you want to blurb it, or they blurb them because they're told to. I honestly completely agree with that. Faye says, I'm always wary about blurbs, but I always look at the names of the blurbers to at least tell me what genre and vibe the book will have. That is a great point. Yeah, because if I'm at a Barnes and Noble and I see a book has a Stephen King blurb, I'm probably going to know that it's horror, right? Or if I go and I see a book has a George R. R. Martin blurb, I can be reasonably certain that it's probably fantasy. So yeah, actually, it makes perfect sense, Faye. You also said, I'm more likely to avoid it if authors I dislike have blurbed it, if that makes sense. That's another excellent point, that if you if you have somebody that you hate their writing style and you go and you see that they like a book, you might be like, oh well, if this book is anything like what they write, I probably won't enjoy it. I don't know. I feel like that might be kind of in the same logic as like not liking a certain author but not necessarily liking books that they enjoy. It could kind of be opposite, like you might really despise the way an author writes, but this other author might be something that you two have like a commonality on. I guess it could go either way, but yeah, it would probably be a deterrent at best, to pick up that other book. Alicia says, Barker, listen, we need more dog content. I know. He's so incredibly cute. He's laying over. Let me see if I can kind of like tilt my thing over here. So there he is. He's hanging out in his little bed. He was being an absolute butt. And I had like warmed up the room with my little heater that you see down there, because it was getting kind of chilly in here. And so I was like trying to keep it all in with the door closed, and he kept wanting to go in and out and in and out and in and out because Keaton's out there and he likes to kind of check in on us. But he's a really good boy. He's looking at me right now. He knows I'm talking to him. So I love him. He's the best dog. And Keaton says, now back to your regularly scheduled programming, which is me. And he says, oh, no, that came in through twice. I don't know why that happens sometimes. It cracks me up. Robert, hey, Robert, nice to see you. You said those actors in pet commercials that you can just tell they have never had a pet. That's the same thing with blurbs. Complete BS. One of the most epic fantasy tales ever written. I agree. Like I said, same like mixture of words put in a different order every single time. They're quite generic. It never actually tells you anything. And I honestly think that probably is by design because they want you to read the back of the book. That said, when I picked up, what book was it? It was The Only Good Indians. Yep. When I picked up The Only Good Indians, when I flipped to the inside cover, there were a bunch of people who had left reviews, and those ones, like at least some of them, I'm not going to say all of them, but some of them were actually more descriptive about what the story was about or what that particular reader got from that book. But that was also because by the time that edition was published, it had already sold like I don't even know how many copies. I mean, it like had sold many copies, so it was of course like a revised edition. I don't know. If it's like a debut novel and you have like all the big wigs just like putting like generic little blurbs on it, I'm not going to believe that as much. And Alex says, I'm up to page 33. Had to give the cats the first day of their advent calendar. Oh, that's adorable. Please tell me that you're going to have a video where you show your cat advent calendar. That sounds fantastic. I should see. I have never thought about that, getting a doggy advent calendar. What a fabulous idea. Alex, you're blowing my mind over here. Ron says, switch to an audiobook while eating dinner. Tristan Strong keeps punching. Well, hopefully that'll be a little bit better and you'll enjoy that more than, the Hugo Award nominee Locus Award winner book from 1980. Mary Lou says, reading Heroes Inc., which I won on Goodreads. It is terrible. I have DNF'd it. Oh no, Mary Lou. Oh, that's so sad. I mean, I'm glad you didn't pay any money for it. That is kind of the benefit of winning a terrible book or like going to the library and getting a terrible book is then at least you don't feel bad that you gave somebody your your money. Oh man. I have never won a Goodreads book, but it would be just my luck that if I won one, it would be something I hated. That sounds about right. Robert says, Addie LaRue, that story will stay with you for years. Well, guess what, Robert? You were one of the reasons that I picked this up. You missed my story of me going and getting this earlier, but I originally was actually going to read The Terror, which is a horror book, and I couldn't get my hands on it. So I got the last copy of this book, and it's actually the large print edition of the book. And I had to have a very, very kind librarian go to the secret hideout basically to get this for me. And she came back and told me, don't tell anybody that I got this for you because we're not supposed to give you give these to you from that area. And also don't tell anybody that we've done this for you before. So I have to like finish reading this so I can give it back to them. But they were very nice to me, and I am enjoying it so far. So thank you for being one of the people who recommended it. And Ron says blurbs depends on the author. George R. R. Martin blurbs can be ignored, but other authors definitely I take notice. Ron, that is such a burn. Okay, so is it because George R. R. Martin blurbs everything? Because if that's the reason, I completely agree. I see his name all the time. That's one of the reasons I gave him as an example. So I was like, damn, this man is everywhere. Like, has he really read all of these? But I'm curious, like, okay, if George R. R. Martin is a no, does that, like, which author then, pick one of your favorites that if you saw them blurb it, that you'd be like, okay, this book is probably genuinely good? And also, what are your other reasons for not liking George R. R. Martin? Don't tell me it's because you didn't like his writing, because I swear you and I have talked about him before, because we talked about how he never finished his series, right? Like the original one, and how we're never going to get like the last two books that it was supposed to be. I'm pretty sure it was you and I, Ron, that were talking about that, but maybe I'm wrong. Alicia says, oh, wow, I didn't realize there was no Z. Girl, I know. Isn't that so heartbreaking? My mom was devastated. And you said, I have the W book, where whatever it is. I never read any of them. Well, at least now you know if you decide to go and read them that you're never going to have the complete series. So go into it if you want to, knowing that. Because I know now I won't read it. Hey, Matter Meets Antimatter. Nice to see you. And I know your name formerly was Alcenius 16.3, so I have not forgotten which of my subscribers you are, Matter Meets Antimatter. So I'm very happy to see you. You normally aren't able to make it to the lives, so I think it's fabulous that you're here. Ron says, no, the Hugos are voted on I'm assuming by members of Worldcon. You can get voting privileges with a supporting membership you can get for $50. Well, that actually makes me really sad because that is not even remotely as prestigious as I thought that it was. I don't know whether that's cursed knowledge. I think I think that might have been cursed knowledge, Ron, but I'm also glad that you educated me because I'm not going to spout any more wrong information about how no, it's supposed to be this group of people that were like sanctioned to be able to vote on this. Now you can just pay $50. Damn it. All right. Thanks, Ron. And you said I did read them all this year, which is unusual for me. I'm assuming, were you talking about, hang on. I did read them all, which is unusual for me. Were you talking about George R. R. Martin? Or I might have completely lost the thread of the conversation. I apologize. Like I said, I ended up actually doing some filming today on like my breaks, and my brain got fried. I felt like I was talking so long, so I really apologize, guys, if I like mess up at all tonight. Please bear with me. Mary Lou says, sorry, I have to go. Have a great evening. Well, Mary Lou, I'm sure you're gone already by now, but I appreciate that you hung out if you see this again after the fact. So thank you for coming. Ron says, I do like his books, but George R. R. Martin once blurbed a book. This guy has serious writing chops. And boy, can I tell you, that guy did not. I believe you. That's awesome. Well, I had an example as well. I know my copy is under here. I don't know how much it's buried. It wasn't George R. R. Martin. It was Stephen King did a blurb of The Cabin at the End of the World. He did a blurb for that one. And you know what? Now I have to read it. Hang on. I have to read the blurb. One second. I have to pull all this out. Oh, shoot. There it is. Okay. Good. It wasn't that far buried. Okay. So, Stephen King said about The Cabin at the End of the World, which was a book I gave 2 stars. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-star. And it says Tremblay's personal best. It's that good. If this is his personal best, then I can promise you I won't be reading any of the others. Period. Thank you. End of story. Oh, goodness. I have like the most massive pile of books to donate to a library. I don't know if I mentioned to you all, there's actually a library that will be opening up near me pretty soon. I'm hoping actually that it's going to be next month. And I'm really excited about it because I want to be like essentially their first donation. Like I plan to go on the day that they open and just hand a giant, huge basket of books over and be like, these are for you. So I'm just like saving them. Massive pile. And Ron says Malka Older is an author whose blurbs I would pay attention to. Okay. Let me look up Malka because so Malka Older, what's the one book that you would recommend, Ron? If you had to pick one from her, what would it be? Let me know. Because I am curious. Oh, okay. Infomancy is one I'm pretty sure I've heard of. That title sounds familiar. But yeah, let me know which one you would pick. Ron says I did. Oh, thank you. You got me back on track. Thank you. You did read all of the Hugo Award winners. Yes, because I did ask you that question. So, okay, if Nettle and Bone you said was fun and you've read all of the Hugo Award winners, did you agree that Nettle and Bone was the best one, or would you actually have picked one of the others? Because I plan to eventually get to all of them that were on that list. So tell me which one you thought was your favorite as well. I feel like I'm giving you homework, Ron, but I'm just like I'm over here like, tell me these things. Tell me, I gotta know. Alex says, I'm trying to find the best blurb I've ever read. I would best okay, wait, best blurb and in terms of it actually was a good blurb, or best blurb in terms of it was like that Stephen King one and it absolutely sucked and that made it funny. That's what I want to know. Okay, Infomancy. Cool. Yep, that was one that I had heard of. I don't think I already had that one in. Nope, I didn't. Okay, good. I just put a little heart on it so that I can add it to my, infinite wish list that's constantly growing because you all provide excellent recommendations every time I talk to you. So that was a really good conversation. Thank you, everybody. And so the next one that I have, and this one I think is kind of funny, is if we're being honest, how much does a cover impact your desire to read a book? Meaning, are you one of those people that buys a book because it's pretty? And be honest if you are, because guess what? It's totally okay if you are. And Ron says, I would have picked Nona the Ninth, but I think that had no hope of winning. Nettle and Bone was the best of the rest. Okay, Nona the Ninth, do you think the reason it had no hope of winning was because it was a continuation in a series? Or like what is the reason that you think it was like, oh, there was no chance? I could see it if it's because it was a series. And Alex says, When I Hit You by Mina Kandasamy, urgent by Financial Times. God. Okay, yeah, that's terrible. I'm glad that when you said best, you really meant worst. That brings me great joy. Thank you, Alex. So while you all decide if you want to answer my new question that I have up here about book covers, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get another sprint set up. And I think I might if it's okay with you all, I might make this one a little bit longer. Would you all be okay with like 45 minutes? If you're not, let me know in the comments. I totally will understand and I'll keep it at 30. But if you are, I will set it at 45. First one who answers wins. And Ron is answering my question while I'm still able to keep the thread of the conversation. Yes, because it's the third in the series. I kind of wondered that when a book is the third in a series, or like is a continuation in any part of a series, how much that would affect a book compared to, competing against standalones. And Alex says, yes, 45. Well, Alex, you win. So we're going to do 45 minutes. All right. I got that on the clock. Feel free to answer that question while we're all sprinting, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you are doing so far tonight. I, in this edition, am on page 106. So I'm like slowly but steadily making my way through. A couple things, or at least one that I've noticed so far that I really enjoy the thought of is I have been very curious if we were to take people from the past and we were to put them in the present or like allow them to take the time for like several hundred years to watch all of the things that we've invented, what they would enjoy the most or what they would be the most amazed by. And I like that that's actually brought up in here that Addie's favorite thing of all of the inventions, she says, having seen steam powered trains, electric lights, photography, phones, airplanes, and computers, movies just might be her favorite. And I think that that is really cool and it's really sweet. She talks about how books are wonderful and they're portable and they're lasting, but there's just something about being in a theater staring at a 4K screen that just like transports her to another place. And I don't know, I just think that that's a really interesting idea of like what people would gravitate towards. Like, of course, if you were to take somebody from like 1700 and you were to just plop them into our time, they probably look at a phone as being some sort of magical device. But she's actually gotten to watch everything be invented, so that's really cool. And I also finally figured out why the ring keeps coming back to her because I was thinking it was kind of like a mocking gesture, like it was the thing that she offered in their bargain, but now I have come to understand like what actually it is, like what its purpose is. And that was a really good moment. I'm enjoying this a lot. I did ask you all a question. If we're being honest, how much does a cover impact your desire to read a book? So, how much does a book being pretty, or like having an interesting cover impact your decision to read it? And Alex says, covers influence me a lot because I do a lot of browsing in thrift shops or of books I haven't heard of. It's not necessarily how pretty it is, but it gives me the vibe of the book. And yeah, I think that that's awesome. I also really like that you shop a lot in thrift stores. That's something that I feel like people should do more often, and not just because new books are expensive, but because there are way more used books than there are new books in the world. And it's like we got to read them, otherwise they just end up in landfills. And so I appreciate that when you buy books, you primarily are buying thrift books. I will say, that brings up a good point. I don't think I've thought about this before. That when I'm in a thrift shop, because books are less expensive, I guess would be more likely maybe to buy them based off of the cover alone, just because I'm like, well, if it doesn't end up being very good, then it's not really a big deal because it didn't cost me much money to pick this up. And, I impulsively bought a pretty book. When it comes to going to, like, let's say a Barnes and Noble or a Books a Million and like buying a new book, if I know that I am paying 20 to $25 for a book, I will not buy it just because it's pretty. I need to like know that it's going to be something that I am interested in, which is why I might start looking for, what awards has it won? How highly is it rated? Of course, I'm going to read the blurb. Like, I'm not going to go just based off of ratings. I want it to intrigue me, pique my interest, but it can't be on looks alone if it's going to be expensive. And speaking of that, my library, at least the ones that I go to right now, has started doing something really interesting, where to entice people to go to the library, they have started including on the receipts how much money you save by going to the library. So, of the books that I just picked up yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? Is there not a? Oh, there's not a date on here. I think it was yesterday. Um, of the 3 books that I picked up while I was there, it says that I saved $94.23 by borrowing. So if I had like gone out and I had bought these books in the hardcover editions, I would have spent almost $100. And that is just mind-boggling to me for 3 books. Alex also said, "A Certain October by Angela Johnson is a good example because I don't think it's very pretty, but it tells me that book is quiet, down to earth, and realistic, which is a good vibe for me." Well, now I have to look this up because I want to see this. One second. Let's see. A Certain October. Okay. Yeah, I can see what you mean by that. Yeah, saying quiet, down to earth, and realistic. Yeah, because it's not a cover that there's not like a whole lot going on with it. It's kind of just a like a photo of a girl in motion, kind of swinging her hair. And so, yeah, it's simple. So that's a nice way to describe it. Quiet and down to earth. Well, Mary Lou, welcome on back. Hello. I am glad to see that you have decided to come back. So thank you for saying that you were glad to see I'm still here. And you also said a good cover will get me to look at a book for sure. And that's the key, right? Is like a cover is meant to draw you in. It's meant to entice you to at least read the blurb, even if it's not something that you end up deciding that you want to buy, which makes me feel bad for books that don't get very good cover art or like the self-published books are a great example because not as much money maybe like not, and that's not true for all self-published books. Some people spend a lot of money to get like a really beautiful cover. But I found a lot of like self-published works, they don't like have the same level of artistic value, if you will, that goes into them. And so when people are trying to like entice you to read their book, if they didn't spend that money, if they didn't take that time, it can be harder for them to sell their books. And that's just like the sad truth is like people want to buy beautiful things. They're engaged by pretty things. And Faye says, I'm not a cover centric reader, but if a book I already like comes with a better cover than the edition I have, gimme. Now, that is something that happened with my edition of Dune. Now, I didn't already have a copy of Dune, but I had been considering buying that book for a while. But when that like special edition came out, it was like a new hardcover, it had the blue spray painted edges. When that came out, I was like, I have to buy this. Like, I don't have a choice anymore. And I actually had something similar happen with another book. So, I mean, I'm sure all of you at this point have probably seen my copy of Dune, but if you haven't, this is beautiful. And I was absolutely willing to spend the $40 at the time to get this book. So, hmm, you know, but there was another one, Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, that had the same thing happen where they came out new hardcover edition and the red spray painted edges. But this one was unique as well because it was the 10th anniversary edition. And did they include? I'm trying to remember if there was like anything extra that they included in here, but I just really liked the look of this and I thought it was really cool. And I also like the illustrations that are in here. So eventually I'll get around to this one too. Robert says impact 80% is recommendations from booktubers, especially Sam Super Blumper. Oh, and I started the passage in the blurb on the back, Stephen King, and it's accurate. Well, good. I mean, here's the thing. Eventually, an author is going to blurb a book that you will think is good. It's kind of just a numbers game. Like if they blurb 50 books in a year and you read, one of those 50, at some point one of them is probably going to work for you, right? Just like that's just math, that's just stats. But I'm glad that you were enjoying the passage and that Stephen King actually gave a good recommendation. Fantastic. Also, I wanted you to know that I just looked up Sam on YouTube and I subscribe to her so I can go and check out her channel in a little bit, because if you're providing like her as a recommendation, Robert, then there might be some stuff that she reads that I would like because I like a lot of your recommendations. And Ron said about 2 pages left and Harper in the Wind. Well, the good news is you're almost done with a very disappointing book. How are you enjoying your audiobook though, Ron? Is that better? Do you like the narrator? Hopefully it's better. Alex says, I'm up to page 70. Well, you are kicking butt and taking names, Alex. Ron says, great covers catch the eye, but it takes more than that to make me pick up a book, as it should, right? Because it's kind of like it's the temptation. The cover is the temptation, but if there's not good substance to the book, then it's not something that's worth being picked up. Faye says, my library does the you saved thing now too. And I'm always like, nah, I would have bought it discount. Unless it was a really nice edition of a book, though, right? Because you said that if there's like a newer, nicer one that comes out, you would pay that. And, you might end up paying $40 for a nicer, newer edition. So I honestly, I'm going to say that at least for me, my library, like little ticket, is pretty accurate. Now, it's not necessarily saying that I would always buy a hardcover book because so many editions from a library, they got them when they were new, right? To entice people like, hey, these are our newest, latest, and greatest things. I buy a lot of paperbacks and I'm happy with paperbacks because they're actually more comfortable for me to hold. I find, especially with larger books, the longer that I hold a hardcover book, the more my hands hurt. So, like, I always enjoy paperback. But if a book is new and you receive it new, or like it's going to be a while before a paperback comes out and you like desperately want to buy a book, you don't really have a choice. Like, you're going to end up paying that extra money. So I don't know. If I went and bought all of these books in paperback, if they were available, I still feel like I would probably end up spending, if they were newer, okay, and maybe at a slight discount, probably like $40 to $50, which still kills me for 3 books. That's not to say that books aren't worth it to buy. I have just come to appreciate, since July that I've started doing this, how awesome like using my public library is. I really have fallen in love with going to the library all over again. That doesn't prevent me from being excited to get more books. It's just like I realize now that I'm going to be going to the library more often. Ron says, "Oh, I track my library savings in a spreadsheet. It is not a significant. It's not an insignificant amount of money." Oh, absolutely. And so, if you have been tracking that, I'm going to guess you probably do it by year. Ron, how much money have you saved this year? Oh, you actually put it. Oh my God, I have saved $2,123.03 by borrowing books from the library so far this year. Ron, you are an MVP. That is incredible. And I love that you have actually tracked that. I think that that is amazing. That is so much money. How many books have you borrowed? Did you track that too? Like, $2,100 divided by how many books? Like, what was the average cost of the book? I love stuff like that. I love tracking stats. That is so cool. And you also said Tristan Strong Keeps Punching is a middle grade book and really fun one too. Well, I am looking for more middle grade because next year I am committing myself to reading more of it. I think I probably mentioned this prior, but I had like a period of time where I was kind of embarrassed to like embrace my inner kid again because I was like, if people see me reading a children's book, they're going to think that I'm immature. And it's like, no, actually, middle grade books are the bomb.com because they handle a lot of really heavy topics in a great way. And they also usually center on stories about friendship, which I love because I love like found family stories and stuff too. So always looking now for like good middle grade recommendations. Though admittedly it is a little awkward to walk into the library and go to the kids section because you're not okay, so this is the fun, and I totally understand why they do this and I respect it, but you're not supposed to be an unattended adult in the children's section of the library. Like, you're supposed to have a kid there with you. So every time if I walk in there and it's just me, I immediately go to the circulation desk to tell them what I'm looking for because I don't want to be roaming around by myself in the kids section. It like makes me deeply uncomfortable. So I don't know if anybody else has to do that, but I walk in there and I immediately feel out of place because I don't have a small child. Okay, so the first book in this series is Tristan Strong Punches a Hole in the Sky, and it won the Coretta Scott King Honor Award for Nonviolent Social Change, Peace, and Brotherhood. I love that. That is also just a really nice cover. That looks so cool. Thank you for that recommendation. I put that on my wish list. And Mary Lou says, The Grace of Wild Things is a great middle grade book, one of my favorite books of the year. Well, thank you, Mary Lou. Let me look at that one too. The Grace of Wild Things. Oh, look at that cover. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. The camera can't pick it up quite as nice as it is on my phone, but you get the gist. She was the author of The School Between Winter and Fairyland. So I'm going to guess that this is some type of fantasy story without reading the description. Quite highly rated as well. So thank you. I've added that one to my wish list too. I will also go ahead and give you all the next prompt that I have. So I have two more questions for tonight, two more for you. Let's see, which one would I want to do first? I'll start with this one because it's kind of a shorter question. Are you someone who reads a lot of self-published work? And if so, how do you get recommendations? So again, we have kind of moved into this era where anybody can self-publish a book now. You can write something and you can immediately put on Amazon. They will print a book like made to order for somebody whenever they decide that they want to buy it, and they'll ship it right to their house. And I just find that so mind-blowing because like 20 years ago that never would have happened, right? And we're also in this era of social media. YouTube is a great example, though TikTok, I think people would argue TikTok is probably more so. These platforms where people can come on here, they can create a presence, they can create a channel, get followers, get an audience, and just say like, hey, this is the thing that I made, and they can become huge successes from that, like people who make a lot of money, to the point where TikTok, I made a video about that a while ago, but TikTok has decided that they want to get into publishing. I have no idea where they are right now with it because I haven't read any updates since I made that video. But they were talking about actually creating a publishing company, and it was going to be for romance authors, and they were going to like sign people on and publish and promote their books on their platform. And I was like, God, that's so wild that even like a social media platform at this point could go and say, hey, we're going to publish books. I can't really like wrap my mind around that. Oh, and to answer, previous question, Ron says, I have read 92 library books. I had to dig to find that hidden in a chart I never look at. That includes physical books, ebooks, and audiobooks. So, okay, I'm going to do this math really quick because I love math. I think math is really cool. And I love talking about finances. I'm one of those weird people that is like fascinated by personal finance. Okay, so Ron, you spent $2,123 or saved, excuse me, you saved $2,123.03 over the course of 92 loaned library books. That was $23.08 per book that you saved. That would be, they're assuming like the cost of a new book. And I think that that's probably about the average cost anymore of like a hardback. Let me look at, I actually have some sitting over here really quick. So one of them that I have right now was $25.99. So we'll say $26. And another one that I got was $35. So maybe, God, is that the price of a paperback now? Is a paperback $23? 1 second. Let me look at my copy of The Last Human up here. This was $18. The Light from Uncommon Stars was $19. Give me something. Give me something. Okay, what's this? We'll Save the Galaxy for Food copy. This was $13. Okay, but I don't know. No, this was published by Dark Horse. This wasn't a self-published book. So it's somewhere that's a middling range, somewhere in between the cost of a paperback and a hardback book. Very cool. That like really engaged my brain for a second. I found that very exciting. Let's see. Mary Lou says, I buy mostly for my Kindle, and it's hard to tell if it's self published, but I think I do read some. Yeah, well, when you go on Amazon and you're looking up books, are you enticed a lot by books that are listed as like sponsored? You know, the ones that are like paid promotions? Because I have noticed that a lot recently. I don't know if it's because my brain has started looking for it or what, but when I go on Amazon and I search an author, like one specific author, because I started doing that when you all were providing me recommendations, I would skim through, when this author had written multiple books, and all of a sudden, bam, there would be a sponsorship for a totally different author, totally different stories, just right in the middle of my feed when I'm deliberately looking for one particular thing. And I know that that's now how like Amazon markets a lot of things, where maybe you won't know that it was self-published because of the fact that it's like they're just gonna slide it right in there. And if you're not paying attention to the fact that it's sponsored, it looks like it's, like a recommendation for you when it's not really, it's just an ad. Alex says self-published books scare me because I hate interacting with authors. LOL. I don't want them to see me or talk to me or, God forbid, read my review. Doesn't matter if my thoughts were bad or good. Alex, I respect that a lot, because I can tell you I had some like uncomfortable interactions in my email. So I set up a business email on YouTube, but was for like if any publisher or something were to ever want to reach out, or any of you, like if any of you, sent an email or like, hey, I wanted to do a collaboration on something. I mean, I've emailed Kat, and uh, I created it for that purpose. Well, people would go and they would find my channel. They wouldn't pay attention to anything about my content. They didn't care about me or what I made. There was no like personal recommendation at all. All they would do is they would go on YouTube and they would find any person, like any new booktuber, and they would say like, hey, do you want a free copy of my book to review? Hey, do you want to like review my book? Hey, like you might be interested in this. And they give like a little blurb about it. And it's like, you don't even know what I read. You don't care about what I read. And that would be really uncomfortable, because if somebody like sent me a free copy of their book, or even if I paid for it, right? And they were like, hey, you can buy this and like review it on your channel. If I didn't like it, I would feel like I was actively harming that person's like book publishing career, like their writing career. And I feel like I wouldn't be as likely to want to be, I don't know, brutally honest. Because if I don't like a book that was published by a top 5 publisher and has sold like tens of thousands of copies, who cares? I'm one person, right? But I can tell you all that I don't like it, because then you could decide whether, that's something for you. If it's a self-published work, like that might be one of 20 sales somebody makes in a year. And if I go and I say that I don't like it, well, suddenly now maybe that number of sales could drop. And I really understand where you're coming from. Like you feel like you're impacting people a lot more. If I don't like a work by Stephen King, he's still going to be a multimillionaire, right? He also said, I've gotten a couple. Girl. Okay. Yep. Sorry. I didn't see your next comment. I've gotten a couple self-pub books for review, and one was really bad. And the author kept trying to talk to me about it. He was polite, but like, bro, read the room. Please go away. Ooh, yeah. I want to say I'm sorry that happened. But I also know that experience has probably made it to where now you're like, I don't think I want to accept books, for review. That's why and I feel like I'm rude by doing this, but I actually don't respond to people. It's not because I don't care, and it's not because I don't want them to be successful, or because I think that their work will be bad, but it's because I really don't want to negatively impact anybody, and it's easier to just stay away from it. Because here's the thing, if I like really want to read a self-published book, I'm going to pay for it. Right? Like I will go out of my way and I will give you my money and I will pay for it. I do not want you to necessarily send me a free copy of your book, because then that feels even more almost like you're obligated to be nice about it. I hate putting it that way, but it kind of does feel that way when somebody gives you a gift. Faye says, I don't think I read many self-published books. I do read small press books. Well, that's fair. Yeah, because I mean, a small press is still, a professional company that is, putting out works. What is your favorite small press? Faye, do you have one? It's not a small press by any stretch of the imagination, but my favorite publisher, like imprint, is definitely Tor. Tor to me produces like so many excellent works. Like, not that's not to say that everything that they make is pure gold, but they make a lot of really good stuff. And so, like, when I see a book that comes out from Tor, I'm immediately like, you know what? I'm interested in that. I want to know more about that book. Faye says, at Alex Black reads, that's literally the plot of The Last Word by Taylor Adams, one of the scariest thrillers I've read. Oh, no. Oh, Faye, no, don't say that. Um, is that one that you had mentioned prior on a different live? I can't remember because that sounds vaguely familiar unless I've heard about it somewhere else. Is that one that you would recommend? You said scariest thriller, so does that mean that it was good? What rating did you give that? Alex said, I've heard of that. I'm definitely interested in reading it. And Faye said, I don't think I have a favorite. That's fair. That's totally okay. And Ron said, most of the self pub I've read, I've done through word of mouth from people I know online. Okay, yeah. And so, like, if I was well, I am a booktuber and I were somebody who read a lot of self-published books, then yeah, if I really liked a book, then I would be more likely to spread that around. And again, because it's a recommendation, you all would be more likely to read it. Same as me saying that I don't like something. It makes me kind of wonder then, like if I were to read a self-published book and I didn't like it, would I guess I just wouldn't talk about it? I don't know. I haven't been put in that situation yet. That's an interesting question. Faye said, it's awesome. One of my favorite reads this year. Well, Faye, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at that too. Because you really can't have enough books on your wish list. You really can't. Let me see The Last Word. Let me look up this. I want to see if I've seen this cover. I always like to see if I've witnessed a cover before. Oh, no. Okay. Faye, it was not The Last Word that was brought up. It was Taylor Adams. I think that that's what was ringing in my brain because Alicia and Kat, or maybe Faye, did you talk about No Exit? No Exit got brought up in my last live, and Taylor Adams I know was the author of that. So maybe that was what was rattling around up there. But I put a little star on that one too. Thank you. Ron said, that's my personal policy. So if you don't like a self-published book, you just don't talk about it, Ron. And I think that's fair. Yeah. Faye said, I think I did mention it during one of Kat's lives. Okay. There we go. And you said, I haven't read No Exit yet, but Kat's love for it was the reason I picked up The Last Word. Okay. So maybe it was Alicia who, because I think Alicia told Kat to read No Exit, and then Kat really loved it. And then I heard them talking about it. Was like, God, I haven't heard the name of that book in forever because I originally heard about that book from Books of Lala, and I never heard anybody talk about No Exit since then. So since it got brought back up, I was like, well, I got to add that to my wish list too now. Because then we brought up The Terror. I'm still so bummed that ended up being unavailable, but I'm very happy that I'm enjoying this so far. And Mary Lou, you said, yes, Goodreads emailed me to look for a review for Heroes Inc., and I cannot think of anything good to say about it. Well, then don't, if you're comfortable posting a negative review, that's one thing. But if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can just ignore it. That's the beautiful thing is they can keep pestering you and you don't have to do it. Gosh darn thing with it. Alex says, I still say yes to books for review sometimes, but usually just no thanks to everyone. I write I write reviews for the self-pub books I didn't like, but I feel so terrible doing it. Well, you know what, Alex? I mean, you can look at it from the perspective of you're giving them a critique, of ways that they can improve and be better. I mean, I don't think most writers get it on their first try. Like when we hear about a debut novel that somebody wrote that it's like, oh, this is fantastic. This is like the best thing ever. That is the exception, not the rule. So, people have to be willing to accept constructive criticism and feedback, especially when it's self-published. Maybe there were grammatical mistakes, maybe there were plot inconsistencies. If you don't go through and like hire an editor, or you don't hire readers to go through your book to point these things out, you're not going to know that they're there. So, you know, I I think it's good to be able to be honest with people, especially when you're handling it with, tact, and you're not like trying to make fun of them. Right. And I know that you wouldn't. You are not the type of person who would ever do that. So thank you all. That was a great conversation. Thank you. And I will get our next timer put up on the board. Please let me know how much time you would like it to be for. I know we're at, gosh, it's 3 hours and 11 minutes. The time is just flying by. Do you all want another 45 minutes, or would you like our sprint to be 30 minutes? So this isn't the last sprint. It is the second before the last sprint. Okay, so keep that in mind. So what level of time, what amount of time would you like? First one to answer is the one who wins. That's usually the way that I do it. All right, Mary Lou won 30 minutes. Yes, ma'am. I will put that up on the board. Give me just 1 second. You all have been just so lovely to come and hang out with me this Friday night. I really appreciate it. I hope you all are having fun. Faye also says 30 minutes. Awesome. Okay, I got that up on the board. So this is my last question I have. It's not the last sprint, but this is the last question I have for you all to answer at any point is, where do you go to check reviews for books? Do other people's reviews impact your decision to read a book? Example, Amazon, Goodreads, Storygraph, YouTube, or Instagram. And I know some of you have kind of already answered this, but where are all the places that you go that you trust reviews? And you can kind of even add in there is like, are there places that you don't trust reviews? So just give that one a thought. And I've got the timer up on the board, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Tell me how you are doing. I made it to page 124, and we are now getting to the point in the story where we're learning how Addie had to flee her previous life. And one of the things that I've appreciated, I'm trying not to like spoil too much for you all in case you haven't read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue already. But one of the things I really enjoyed are it's the rules of the universe about how, people forget her, the things that she is able to like impart. I don't want to say impart her will upon, but if you want to put it that way, you can. She can't leave a mark, right, on the world, but she finds that she is able to steal items, and the being the god, if you will, who cursed her, um, said that a successful theft is an anonymous act, the absence of a mark, which is the reason why she can take things if she is sneaky enough and clever enough. And I thought that that was a really good little bit of world building. I will tell you one of the things I was concerned about when I started reading this is, of course, the back blurb. We already learned that, everything changes when, after nearly 300 years, Addie stumbles across a young man in a hidden bookstore and he remembers her name. So I was thinking, okay, we're going to get to that point and it's going to be very, very early on in the story, almost towards the beginning, because that happens with some book blurbs where we go and they basically tell you everything that happens in like the first two chapters and you're like the book blurb is just a summary. I am appreciating that we're experiencing her life, we're experiencing her past, her present, how she has adapted to this world, and it wasn't just her immediately meeting this man. So that gets already a lot of points in my book. So really liking it so far. This has been an excellent recommendation. I left you all with a question for this reading sprint right before we head into the last one. And that is, where do you go to check reviews of books? Do other people's reviews impact your decision to read a book? Examples could be from Amazon, Goodreads, Storygraph, YouTube, or Instagram. So I gotta find the last one that you all left here. And all right, Ron, you're kicking it off again. Ron said, Goodreads reviews from people I know, but I don't like reading reviews before I read a book. Okay, that is good to know, but you will if it's for people that you're friends with or you know. Fair. Mary Lou says, I get and trust BookTube reviews a lot. I also check the reviews or at least the ratings on Amazon. So, Mary Lou, I do something very similar where I do not go and read reviews by people most of the time unless I find that a book is like super controversial. And by controversial, I mean that it has like a 3.5 for a rating or below, because that indicates that the average is pretty low for a book. I mean, if you look at most books, they're going to fall in an average somewhere of around like 4 stars. It'll be like between a 3.8 and a 4.3, I would say, is like where most books are going to fall. So if it's much like lower than that or it's above that, it's kind of like, I wonder what's going on there. I do trust BookTube reviews. I will say when I first started watching BookTube and I was kind of like, inspired of like, wow, people, they do this all the time. Like they just go on the internet and talk about books. This was like years ago that I started watching BookTube. I haven't even celebrated 1 year on here. So it took me a while to like start this myself. But when I started watching, I found people that I really liked and I thought that they were engaging and I still like their content, but over time I have come to recognize that our reading tastes are very different. So even if there's a booktuber who I enjoy and I like them as a person and I like the way that they make their content, I don't always necessarily trust their reviews. So I'm kind of like honing in on like which people I really have commonalities with and who rate books similarly to myself. Of course, there's never going to be anybody who's like a perfect 1-to-1, but I'm actually finding that a lot of smaller booktubers, like the people that I have been introduced to since I started on here, I have a lot more in common with them than I do a lot of the big booktubers. It's kind of crazy how that happened. Faye said, I always check Goodreads reviews before I commit to a book. I skim read some of the 5 stars and the 1 stars, and I try to get a feel for why people like or dislike it to gauge how I might feel about it. Okay. I respect that you can look at the opinions of other people and that not impact, like, it can't prime you, if you will. Like it doesn't lead you to start looking for things. Because I know for me, if I were to read a negative review of a book and somebody makes a pretty compelling case for why something isn't good, I start seeking it out. It's not the same for good things. I think it's because our brains are wired, unfortunately, to look for negative stuff. So I try really hard if I think that a book is going to be something I enjoy to not read negative reviews because I'm immediately going to start looking for what those people were talking about. So I can't do it. I respect that you can though. And I usually am, again, if I'm in a bookstore and I'm about to commit to spending a lot of money on one book, it's not the same as in a thrift store. I mean, I might look up like a couple reviews, but it's not as big of a deal to me. But if I'm about to lay down some hard cash, I want to know that the book that I'm reading is something that at least most people have deemed being worth their time. So I'm there with you on that. Alex says, I don't really trust or mistrust any reviews. Everyone has their own opinion, and I figure I'll disagree with half of them regardless. I also like to go into books not knowing much about it. And yeah, I like that too. I like knowing the general vibe, like the general rating of a book, but outside of the blurb, I don't really like to know much more about it. Keaton is funny in that he can have spoilers all day long for a book, and he is still interested in reading it. He says it's about the journey, not the destination. It's one of the things that I love about him. But I am not like that. If you go and you like spoil things for me, which is part of the reason I have to stay away from reviews as well, even positive ones. It's like I don't want to read it and potentially get spoiled for something. It makes me less interested, especially if there's like some sort of twist or hook. It's like you can't tell me about it. So yeah, I respect the desire to go in blind. I think it's really funny you saying I'm going to end up disagreeing with half of them regardless. Yeah, fair. Absolutely. He also said booktube reviews are ones I seek out the most and will easily talk me into reading a book, but rarely talk me out of something that I already want to read. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot that you're like, I have committed to reading this book and I don't care what you say about it. I'm going to read it anyway, but that you can get some really good recommendations. That's awesome. Robert says Goodreads 3-star reviews 1 and 2 are a bit brutal. 5 are a bit much. Amazing 5-star reviews. Fast shipping. Have a great night, everyone. All right, Robert. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was really awesome to see you. You were funny as always. Alex says I'm on page 90 and it's gotten incredibly sad. Oh no. Is it sad in like it's a well-written, painful sort of sad, or is it kind of like a grueling sadness where you feel like it's depressing? Because I like a good, like, hit me in my feelings sad, but the kind where it's kind of torturous, where like the author is just trying to make you feel bad. That's something a little bit different. So I hope it's not the second kind. Ron says, done with Harpist in the Wind, almost done with Tristan Strong now. Well, you are just like we're tearing through them. Ron, you're kicking butt. No wonder you have loaned so many books this year. I'm still flabbergasted by that 92. I think that's awesome. Well, all that was the last question that I had for you, and I know we're kind of winding down this evening. We're already almost, well, it's very creeping up here on the 4-hour mark. I can do, let's see. You all want to do another 30 minutes or do you want less time than that? Let me know how much time you would like. First person to answer is the winner. I'm okay either way. We can do a full 30 or we can do less. Also, please stay hydrated. This is your moment to remember that reading is sexy and also to drink water. That's very important. And I'm super bad about that. I've been trying today. All right. Mary Lou was the one who won, so she said less time. And so, Faye, because you said 30 is good, I'm gonna do 25. I'll do 25 minutes. So we'll make it a little bit shorter here. And Alex, I didn't want to skip over your comment. You said it's historical fiction and heavy on the slavery, great but brutal. Yeah, that is always really difficult, and you always hope that the authors handle that subject with a great level of care. So, hoping that your author is. So, I will go ahead and I will get the timer set up here for 25 minutes, make it a little bit shorter. And this will be our last sprint for the night. So I will see you all in a little bit. All right, for those few who are still with me, welcome on back. I hope that your reading and projecting has been successful tonight. I have made it to page 145. Um, Also, I think it's chapter 17. The chapters are pretty short in here, but yeah, I've made it to chapter 17. And it just, I'm surprised it's actually just getting better. Like, I already thought that the beginning was pretty interesting, but it's impressive. I'm enjoying the lessons that she is learning right now. Alex, you said you were up to 119, so that's awesome. Now, how many pages is that book? Is it a larger book or is it rather small? Do you think that you'll be able to finish it tonight? I know some nights you stay up and you just read until you finish an entire book. Me, I think what I'm probably going to do for the rest of the night after I wrap up with you all is I'm probably going to go get a snack because I ate a very early dinner to make sure that I was ready for the live show. So I'm feeling kind of snackish. Gonna get changed into my pajamas and I might just like chill out for a little while. Might watch like some YouTube and kind of give my brain just like a rest to do something like a little bit mindless. So I'm looking forward to that. But what all are you going to do this evening, everybody? Are you going to go and you're going to keep reading? Are you going to take a break? Are you going to go to bed? I'm not actually not sure for everybody still here what time it is where you live, but for me, it's 9:20 Eastern Standard Time. So it's getting a little late. But I have so much to edit this weekend as well, that I wanna work on, and I'm looking forward to that too. If I can squeeze in some filming in there, I will do, my review for Will Save the Galaxy for Food, but unfortunately, the 2 videos that I have to edit are, like, hours of footage. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. The shortest one that I have to edit is 2 hours of footage. I have no idea how much it's gonna turn into by the end, but it's just I know that it's a lot coming. And Alex says 300 pages exactly. I might, but I also might veg out and watch TV. It depends on how I'm vibing. If you, yeah, I guess in order to finish a book in one day, you kind of have to enter like a flow state, right? To just kind of get through it. Have only been 2 times that I can recall that I have ever done that, and it was just because I had a whole day and I had no distractions and I could sit and I could actually just read. I get distracted very easily, especially with my doggy. And Faye, you said, I only have about 90 pages of the overstory left, so I'm hoping to finish it tonight or tomorrow. I'm glad you're enjoying Addie LaRue. I've been wanting to read that for ages. Well, if my initial impressions of it are, anything to go off of, I'm going to tell you that you will really enjoy it. It's not what I was expecting. I think it's a very mature story. I just have to admit to you all, my impressions for the longest time about like young adult fiction were wrong. It was because of all of the like the popular books that I grew up seeing and grew up reading when I was a younger teen. The stories that are written today, I mean, like some of them sure are like in the vein of books that I don't want to read and I'm not interested in. But then you get things like this, and it's like, well, you know what? Young adult literature is actually pretty freaking cool, and I'm just loving this. It's awesome. Mary Lou said, I'm going to get ready for bed and then read a little more. Well, I hope that you enjoy your nighttime routine and get in a little bit more reading and that you sleep well. Alex, you said, oh, 2 hours of raw footage is brutal. Well, it is, but that's what happens when you talk like about 25 books, and you're giving like full descriptions of them and you get mush mouth sometimes because you're in the middle of talking and you like can't get a sentence out. So that happens to me when I'm talking, and I'm sure you guys have noticed on my live shows that sometimes when I say things, it all kind of like runs together because I'm so excited to like get words out of my mouth. And then I have to slow down and I have to be like, okay, I have to try that again. And it can result in some long filming sessions depending on what it is that I'm talking about. And Ron said, finished Tristan Strong, caught caught up on some databases with the rest of the time. Gonna start a new book, Amnesty by Laura Ellen Donnelly, but probably won't tread too much more. Well, heck, having finished 2 books in one night, not diving into a third one like fully seems very fair to give yourself that break. You have been very productive tonight. And with that, for all of you who are left on the stream, it has been an absolute pleasure, as it always is. I appreciate you all immensely, and the fact that you spend your time on a Friday night with me, as always. That is not lost on me ever. So I'm going to wish you all a lovely evening or morning wherever you are. Have a wonderful weekend, and I shall see you next week. Have a good night, Alex, and thank you for coming. Lovely to see you, Mary Lou. A pleasure to have you. Thank you. Good night, Faye. Wonderful to see you. Thanks for coming.